So, good morning, everyone. I hope you started with a great day. And yesterday we were doing this my friends list program. So, till then we have finished three blocks of code script, three blocks of script in this program. So, here we're gonna continue doing the same program. So when I key is pressed, like adding the friends and then checking the friend's name is there or not in the list. So that is done. And now we have to delete a friend. So we have added 5 friends here. So when we press the D key, we have to delete one friend from the friends list. So I guess everyone have this program. I'm doing it parallelly, so I'll just display it once again so that you can, if anyone doesn't save the project, you can just look into the blocks of code and you can do the program. So if you are doing like the program when the live is going beyond that, like too fast, then just stop the video, take a picture or screenshot and continue doing the program. And this is for I. When I key is pressed, so you have to the program has to tell how many friends are there in the list. So when F is pressed, F is to check or find if the friend belongs to our list or not. Then now we are doing the script for deleting element from the list. So we have to go to events. When D key is pressed, D denotes for delete, ask the name of the friend and wait. If the friends list contain the answer, then delete the item of whatever the answer we have took from the user, right? So it will be coming from the ask block from the sensing. So items of answer in the friends and of the items friends. So let's go to sensing, ask for input, what's your friend's name, friend's name that you want to delete. Want to so I'm going to check the chat box if my voice is clear or not. Good morning Javed, good morning Sajida, good morning Sana, good morning Shabana, Nitin, Jabin, Chaudhry, Sarah Sheikh. So everyone, good morning everyone. If my audio is not clear, please let me know in the chat box. I'm gonna keep checking it for every 5 minutes. So yeah, when D key is pressed, ask what's your friend's name that you want to delete and wait. Now let's go to this if else block, and then the boolean should be if the list of friends contain the answer, then you have to continue for the iteration. So if block we will find in controls, if and else we are taking, and go to my variables. Here we have to take from the friends if it contains the answer of the user input, then delete the item for answer in friends. So first we have to take delete block from the variables, delete this thing from friends, and in this we have to add items, this thing from the answer. You can duplicate this block and put it here and say, okay, I guess this is not visible. I'll just Say join the answer is now deleted from your friends list. So we are duplicating the answer again. Here join the answer is now deleted from your friends list for 2 seconds. So anyway, we are starting the line with the answer, right, in the down. So I'm just starting the line with lowercase is now your friends list. So done for 2 seconds, and if the list doesn't contain the friend's name, we just have to put is not your friend. Now let's check it. So when I run, so I have to press D when your friend's name, what's the friend's name that you want to delete. So I'll just put Bob. If the Bob is there, Bob is now deleted from your friends list. Why is it not deleted? So answer, delete item of answer from friends list to the friends list. So D. I will run again. D. Roger is not your friend. So this is how it will. Okay, why this delete block is not working? I'm gonna recheck it. So we're gonna go to variables, take delete one of friends, Bob is 4, I guess. So anyway, it's taking the answer of this. Insert item 1 of your friends. Okay, maybe now it will work. Okay, if I give 4, then it will match. So it will match. Not deleting. Yeah, I will try. See, it's now deleted. So maybe I have to refresh the list so that we can. Okay, let's finish the code. Delete a friend. So when last program, when you have to clear all the entire script, so we need to enter when C key is pressed, delete all of friends. Say all friends are deleted for 2 seconds. So we'll take again, when key is pressed, select C, delete all items of friends and say the list has been deleted. Maybe we have run the program in another. So now the list is empty. Let's try again. So for adding, we need A. So add again. And when I is pressed, so you have 3 friends. L is length of the array, and then F. So I have friend name Tom. Yes, Tom is my friend. And D, what's your friend's name that you want to delete? So D, let's check again. Maybe only the delete block is not working, or Tom is not. So this is not getting deleted. You can also add manually here. So okay, just when I press C, the entire list gets deleted. So let's save this project again. Arrays activity 1. So yeah, now thank you. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. We have finished the activity of creating a list of friends from the arrays concept. So just putting the list of data. Now let's move on to next topic, which is perfect square. Before going to perfect square, I just want to discuss one theoretical topic that we have missed in the previous chapter. So we have loops and criterial group loops. So we missed this topic in the last chapter. So in this criterial loops, we have nested loops. So if condition 1 is yes, then we'll exit, and so this will be the flow chart, like how start condition 1 is yes, execute the iteration number 1. If the condition is no, exit the loop. If condition then only if the condition 1 is correct, only if the condition 1 is correct, then only it will enter into the second condition. So this is how the nested loops will work. Condition 2, exit in a loop and then return to the first loop. After even if this iteration executes or not, it will directly exits the inner loop and will iterate to the condition number 1. So example of a clock we have here. So when you start, you have to set seconds and minutes. So if minutes is greater than 60, then you have to enter into second loop. So only if the minutes are greater than 60, then you have to enter into the seconds group. If the seconds are greater than 60, and if it's no, minutes equals to minutes plus 1. So we are doing the increment for the minutes for every second. So seconds equals to seconds plus 1 is the inner iteration where we are increasing seconds by 1 every time after every seconds. If the seconds are greater than 60, then we are doing the increment for minutes. So the loop comes from the inside. So this nested loop starts from inside, so the minutes equals to minutes plus 1, then the hour will up. So if it's not, then we'll continue to the seconds block. And we have some entry criteria here. So the entry criteria is defined as a condition that must be met before starting of a specific task. If a set of conditions that must exist before you start a task, this criteria differ from a program to program as per the requirement. So this is how, for example, if we are trying to start a car and we need to put petrol or diesel, the fuel tank is empty, your car won't start. So this entry criteria for the car to start the fuel tank should not be empty, right? So start, is there fuel in the car? If yes, run the fuel. If no, need to fill petrol. So that will be the output. And we have one more exit criteria for it. So exit criteria are defined as a conditions that must be met before completing a specific task. It is set of conditions that must exist before you can declare a program to be completed. For example, while creating a loop to print numbers from 1 to 1000, exit criteria is that loop should exit the block of code when the thousands number is printed, else the program will enter into an infinite loop. So to break the loop, we need to have a exit criteria which will be the end point. So whenever we have the start point, we need to have the end point, right? So this is that is called exit criteria in a loop. And break statement. So we didn't discuss this thing anywhere in the previous topic, but yeah, this break statement modifies the normal flow of execution while it terminates the existing loop and continues the execution after the statement following that loop. A break statement is required as sometimes you want to break out a loop early when the condition is already met. So whenever we are doing longer execution in a loop and we are checking continuously whether those values are met or not, so in such a loop, if the condition is already met and we want to exit before the entire iteration goes on, so then we have to use the break statement. So as you can see in the pseudo code, so while loop condition is there, so in the void we are setting statement 1 and statement 2 and so on. So and if the condition is met, we are adding a break there and we are taking that break out of the void, out of the loop, and we are directly connecting it to the statement that may be a print statement or something, just like the condition is met and so on. So the execution skips the line after the break statement within the loop of the body, so there is one more example here. Use the break statement to print numbers from 9 to 5 and add another print statement when you encounter a break. So the pseudocode for this will look like condition code A equals to 9. So initially the number will be 9 while the variable A is greater than 0. So print current variable is A. If A, so the current variable is A and we are printing the value of A when it is greater than 0, we are making the values into adding the decrement block. A equals to A minus 1. If A double equals to 5, then break. So here we are taking a while loop which is starting from 9, the number 9, and we are continuously decrementing the values A equals to A minus 1. So for every iteration So for every iteration, it will decrement by 1, and the values will continuously print by 9, 8, 7, 6, and if it is equals to 5 and the value is equals to 5, then we just added a break statement within the if loop, and then we directly after the break statement we have entered the print statement by. So this statement is not in the loop, but it will directly execute this statement which is outside the loop, and the output will be current like 9, 8, 7, 6 and by. So we have one more thing called a continue statement. So in the continue statement, whenever a program comes across a continuous statement, the control skips the execution of remaining statements inside the loop for the current iteration and jumps to the beginning of the loop for the next iteration. So this is like, so if you look into the pseudo code, don't write. So whenever we are writing, so there is one condition, while loop condition, and in the loop, statement 1 is there, statement 2 is there. Even if we didn't get the output, like even if the condition is not met, we will continue. But if the condition is met, then we have to continue again. So then we use this continue statement here. So the execution skips the line after the continue statement and jumps into the beginning of the loop. So it will go to the while loop condition before the statement 1. So it will exit the loop anyway, but it will go again to the starting of the loop. So this is somewhat similar to the break statement, and it is used when we want to force the next iteration and skip some lines of the code within the loop. So we are skipping these next lines of the code, we are putting the continue statement, and anyway after this iteration the statement will be printed. So we have another example here. So we use continue statement to print numbers from 9 to 0 and does not print when the value is 5. So we want to print the number from 9 to 0 without 5 in it. So this will be the pseudo code for it. So B, initially we are taking 9, while B is greater than 0, B equals to B minus 1, decrement statement. So if B is equals to 5, then continue. And because this B equals to 5, this whenever the iteration reaches the value of 5, it will continue. And it will print current variable is, so 9, 8, 7, 6, we are not printing 5 here, and 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0. If it is 0, it's not greater than, so 0 is not greater than 0, but it will print 0 because it is decrementing here. So whenever the value is 1 here, 1 minus 1, 0, and the value is stored, this won't execute, and the print current variable is 0 will be printed and it will exit the last statement by. So this is about continue statement. And we have break statement. Just go through the conditions again. I'm just displaying it once again so that you can read it and understand without losing the flow. And this is continue statement. So if you want to read it, I'll just display it. Any doubts so far? If there are no doubts, I'll just continue. For Hajra Sheikh, the link is not opening. Oh, the name itself is link is not opening. Sorry, Sheikh link is not opening. Yeah, it's okay. Now we'll continue to the next topic. Catch the fruit. So this is a activity that you will do in Corki, but you don't have Corki. It's okay. We're gonna go to our chapter 7. So we have perfect square and sorting algorithms for the next topics. So next topic is perfect square. In this we are trying to generate a program for a perfect square, and this will be like what you're gonna learn about conditions and loops and arrays. So this will be an exercise for these two topics, arrays and conditions loop. And so we need to do the following activities. If the number is a perfect square or not, and add all the perfect squares in an array. So these are the two top activities that we have to do. So checking your perfect squares, this is activity 1. So the definition goes like this. So as you all can see, I'll put my right. Yeah. So a perfect square is a number that can be expressed as the product of an integer by itself. Example 9, 25, 100. So these are all the products of integers by themselves. So if you look at the flow chart, if the to identify a perfect number is a perfect square or not, so we have to start with the input number and count. We have to initialize this variable to 1, and the condition will go like, is count less than the number, the input number by 2. Then if the statement is correct, it's true, then the square equals to count multiplied by count. So the initial value, which is 1 for the count, we are doing the square of it, and we are storing the count into count value into a new variable called square. And is number is equal to square? If yes, then the output is it's a perfect square. Then end. If the number is not equals to square, then if the number is less than a square, then it is not a perfect square. Then count equals to count plus 1. So increment will happen, and it will check the code again. So it will directly return into the first statement. Then we have some examples here. So input equals to 9. If the input is 9, so the count will be 1, the square will be 1. So square is less than 9. Result is we have to restart the loop again. In loop 2, the count will be 2, and the square of the count will be 4. Count into count 4. So if the square is less than 9, then it is yes, and restart the loop. Now again, if the count is 3, 3 into 3, 3 into 3, 3 square is 9, then it is 9 equals to 9, right? Square is not less than 9, then it is a perfect square. So for any other perfect square value, so the loop may iterate for multiple times, but will attain the output at some point. So loop 1, count 1 1 square, yes, restart the loop. And again count increment, 4 is less than 12, restart the loop. 3 3 square 9, 9 is less than 12, but again we have to restart the loop. And now count increment 4, 4 square 16, and the square 16 is not less than 12 and it's not equals to 12, so it is not a perfect square. So let's do the program. So first we have to open a new file in the PictoBlocks, create the following 3 variables by clicking make a variable button in the variables palette. Now first is number, second is count, and one is square. So these 3 variables we have to create in the PictoBlocks. Let's take a new file. Anyway, we have saved the project variables, so we have to take, I'm taking number, and the data type is number for all sprites. And one more, I have to take square and count. Let's do it. So when the flag is clicked, we have to ask for the input of a number, and we have to wait. Set number to the answer, set count to 1. So just like we are doing in the algorithm, we are writing the program. When flag is clicked, ask for enter the number, then set the number to the answer and count to 1. So in variables, we'll take set number to the sensed answer, and again set count to 1. So I have to start from 1, right? Because 0 into 0 anyway, it's 0, and it will show an error. So repeat until a round of number, round means the square, a round of number by 2. To take a repeat block and operators, we have to take a round of number by 2, right? And in the variables, the stored number value is here, and this is divisible by 2. Round, repeat round number by 2. Then set square to count into count. Set the square value to count and count. So we are taking asterisk here, asterisk symbol. Go to variables, square of count is set to the square value. And now if the number is equals to the square, then we have to get the output like say perfect square for 2 seconds. So let me take a backdrop of something interesting. Okay, maybe this will fit for our background because it's perfect square, and I'm gonna just to make it a little interesting, I'm just putting this text box. So set square to count into count. Then have to if equals to boolean number is equals to square. Have to take to control if and then block. Operators equals to the number equals to count, sorry, equals to square. Then say stop script. You have to go to events. You have to stop the script. So this is the break statement. Stop the script. So this is the break statement that we are using in this program. So yeah, I have stopped the script, and then we have to take another if block. So if square is greater than the number, then say it's not a perfect square for 2 seconds and stop. Similarly, we can duplicate this iteration, this whole entire script, this one here, and the number square should be greater than the number, and that is the boolean. Or number should be less than square. Square is given, then it's not a perfect square. So the number is not a perfect square for 2 seconds and stop the script. Then we have to change the count by 1. So the increment block. Go to variables, change the count value by 1 outside the if statement, but not the entire repeat block. So let's test it. So we'll enter some 13. So it's not a perfect square. So now if we enter 2 won't work. Because it doesn't come under this block. So let's enter 9. 9 is a perfect square. It's under 100. And increase the value 1000. 1000 is not a perfect square. So 15 is not. So this is how you can check the perfect square of a number. I have to give random inputs to the Toby, and then so this is how the program will be. And anyone is following, please click a picture, or I'll just pause the value for 1 second, and you can do the program here. So we're gonna continue now. So I'll save this project as save, and then so downloads here. This is our activity. I'm gonna rename it to perfect square. So this is either of the spelling you can put, MME or ME program. Then the output will be like this: numbers and count, and the square will be 144. So here you can see the value. Number is, and the square is 36, and it is counted 6 times. Number of times it iterated is 6. So adding all the perfect squares from 1 to 100. For this program, we will test all the numbers from 1 to 100 one by one and check if that number is a perfect square. And if yes, we will add that number to the array. So we are making a list here, array. So let's continue the code in the same file. So, and let us define a function is a perfect square by following the below steps. So first we have to make a block button in the my blocks plate. Write a perfect square in the blocks and add the button to add an input number. So I have to make a block called all the perfect squares. And anyway, we don't need to have the input, it's a number, or it will just take this. We don't need this. So this is our define block here. So I have to set the count to 1, repeat the round of the number to 2. So first we have to take set count to 1. Anyway, we are setting the count here also, but before writing the script, we are setting the count in this separate defined block. Set count to 1, repeat round of number 2, the same thing. If number is equals to square, the input number, perfect square number is equals to square, then add the number, all the perfect square, and stop the script. And this will be the block. Set number, all the perfect squares, repeat until 101. So this is mostly, this block is entire the block we have. So I'm just taking this one as here. I'm taking from here. So as you can see, it's all the similar program that we are using. And these numbers are the numbers that we have it here. And I'm going to delete this. So just don't confuse, because it's the same script that we are using here. So we are setting the number here itself. We are not asking for any other number, because we are not taking the number from use as a user input. So number, set the square, count into count. So that is okay. After repeat block, if this number is equals to square, then add the perfect. So the logic is same here for asking, like you taking user input and doing the program defined function. The logic is same. So that's why we are just taking that program and editing it. So we don't need the say block here. So if the number is equals to square, add that number to the perfect squares value. So we are adding perfect squares list. So we have perfect squares list. So add this number to the perfect squares list. And stop the script. And the square is greater than a number, stop the square and change the count by 1. So we don't need this block. Even if you are adding it, it's okay. Square and this number, the number we are taking here. So yeah, this is the entire program script. And then when flag is clicked, set the number to 0, delete all the perfect squares and repeat 101. So 101 times, because we are adding from, like, we are checking the numbers from 1 to 100 and the iteration should stop at 101. If you can't see, yeah, set the number to 0, don't need to ask anything, set it, and the count is already set there. So delete all. So we are making sure the list is empty. Then repeat 101 times. 101 is the number perfect square. Change number by 1. Take from my blocks. So is number perfect. Then if yes, take the input of the number from variables. This number, so anything is same. Change number by 1. So I have to change the number, increment of the number by 1, and we are repeating it 101 times. So the output should be this. Let's run the program. 4, so we are checking 1, 4 is a perfect square, and 9 is a perfect square. So we are getting the list of all the perfect squares. 16 is a perfect square. So all this thing is here, whatever the count is going on, that is not a perfect square, and these are all is going on, that is here, whatever the count is going on, that is not a perfect square, and these are all is going on, that is sorry, we are back online, so we just had a technical interruption here. So sorry for that. So consider this as a break, and we're gonna continue with the next topic without wasting any time. So The next topic is about sorting algorithm. So you all know, right? So sorting is nothing but, so like if you have a unstructured numbers format and putting it from ascending order or from descending order is called sorting. So in the sorting, we will learn about the concept of classic sorting algorithm, which is selection sort, by learning the following things, like what is selection sort, what is flow chart of selection sort, and a program to implement a selections sorting method algorithm on a list. And anyway, we are using list and conditions here. So suppose what is sorting algorithm is, suppose we have a list of unsorted numbers, and here we want to sort the list in a way that the smallest number is on top of the list and largest number is at the bottom. So we can do this by using selection sort. So what is selection sort? Find the smallest number from the list, swap it with the number present at the top position in the unsorted list. So the smallest number will be on the top, and the first row from our list is sorted. So we will sort the second row now by repeating the first two steps on the rest of the list. So this is, we will find the smallest number from the remaining unsorted list and swap it with the number in the second row. We will repeat this process till we reach the last row from the list. When you are done with the last element from the list, you will see that all the numbers in the list are now sorted, and our list is now ordered in ascending order. For example, let's now sort the below array. Array is the collection of data in ascending order using the selection sort method. So the array goes like 3, 2, 11, 7, and there goes the step 1, like for I is equals to 0. So the first element, I is the index of the value. Here I variable stands for the index. So index values will be going like 0, 1, 2 and 3 in the array. So we will start here to find the number, the minimum element, and swap it with the first element of the array. So for I equals to 1, so this we swapped 2 with 3. So because 2 is the smallest number in the whole array, so this is sorted array, sub array, and unsorted sub array. This is, so we start here to find the minimum element and swap it with the second element of the array, and that is done. Now for I equals to 2, index number 2, which is 11, so it starts with 0. Index values always starts with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 0. So now here 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 11. Here we start with the finding the minimum element and swap it with the third element of the array. So this is 3 is minimum than 11, so no need of sorting. Now fourth, I is 3, the index value I is 3, the loop gets terminated as I becomes 3. The final state of array of the loop is terminated, looks like 2, 3, 7, 11, which is an ascending order. So this is how it will work, like all the start and follow. Just give me 1 second. Is it audible now? I guess my mic is off. Okay. So when we are creating the list, so this is the program after creating the sorted list. So the 45, and now this is already sorted. So let's test the program again. So I'm giving some random inputs here. To add, now let's try. So this is initial number, so minimum value, this sorted, done. Temp is the maximum value, and we have length of 4, or you can add elements of how many ever you can want. Just put it here, and then 402, 55, 108. So this is the sorting program that been learning today, and you can save the program file. You can create another. So till now I guess we are all familiar with making variables, making a list, making blocks, everything. So now again we are showing, yeah, now it's sorted. So count is length 6. So I'm gonna display the program again. So if anyone needs to do work on it, please take a screenshot or so this is how. This is the entire program. You can just take a screenshot and work on the program. So how many variables that we have created, how many so we have created count, current position, minimum position, and temp. And in the list we have created a list of A of all elements. Then we have created 2 blocks, define and create list block. Find the smallest element and creating list block. So this is how we look. And thank you so much for your time today. So we had a technical error for 10 minutes. And we are sorry for that. So because we had a power cut. And yeah, we're gonna wind up the session. It's almost 10:30. So your next class will start at 10:45. So it will be cloud computing, and I'm gonna take a break for today. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your responses. Here, you're not audible. Okay, can't hear you. I guess it's sorted now because it's have a power fluctuation is going on in the stream side. So while streaming, it's not giving us too much output. So yeah, thank you so much for your time today. Hope we'll have a better session tomorrow as well. Thank you.
So, yeah. Good morning. Good morning, all of you. I just want you to put things in chat box that if I'm audible or not, so that we can start our class. Yeah, great. So I want you all to tell me. Good morning, everybody. By the way, so we'll be having a blockchain session today, right now, and I want you all to respond if I'm audible or not, so that I can start with the class. Please put up it in the chat box. Yeah, audible. Great. Thank you so much. So I just want y'all to just put it in the chat box. What did we learn yesterday? What was the topic that we did yesterday? Because I told it's important and I wanted you all to do a little research about it as well. So can you tell me what did you learn yesterday? What was the topic? I would be open just for with one word answers as well. But if you just to know that you are with me, it will be great if you could answer the same. What was yesterday's class and what was the topic that we have learned? Please let me know. I got it that I'm audible, and also I'll be starting the session, but before that please let me know what did we learn yesterday, so that I'll know that you're with me and you're following the classes well enough. I'm waiting for your response. Oh, okay. So finally, I got one answer, that is smart contracts work. So yeah. So thanks. I'm glad that you're with me. So we'll start off with today's session. Uh, uh, 1 second. Okay, so let's start off with the next session, that is exploring use cases, finance, supply chain, and so on. So what is this use cases? Where we can use smart contracts, where we can use these blockchain technologies, where is it it can be used in an efficient and proper manner. That is what we are going to learn in today's classes. So that is what means exploring use cases. So coming to this, we'll start off. The first thing is fun with finance. Of course, when you tell the students of even fifth grade, it should not be too professional, as these concepts are a little how do I tell you, they're a little complicated, so you need to be very very careful, right? So it should not be super tough to for them to understand. At the same time, it should be a little where you can convey your matter. So the first thing is finding the bad guys. In fact, okay, before we even go further, What is finance? Finance is nothing but amount, money, transactions, savings, what are the losses, what are the profits, what is this, like, how much we are spending, or for what we are spending, or like making a note of everything that is related to money can be called as finance. Yes? I hope you got it right. So, you know what is finance. And coming to this one, how computers, like the things which are equipped with the blockchain, how they can even help us, so computers can help us catch the bad guys trying to trick us with our money. So what does this mean now? Like, let's say if a person is trying to replicate your identity, use your credentials, or maybe use your own ID cards for something. When we have blockchain and only you have access to it, it's very easy for us to identify that somebody else is trying to steal your like use your name for different things. Like, let's say we can say these loan apps, right? They, by mistake, you click some link and gone. They can simply take all your data and use your name to get the, what do we say, use your name to get their money, and you'll have to pay it and not them, and simply there's a fraud happening. And second thing is smart trading. So when we actually talk about the smart trading part, what is it like? Let's say, yeah, I hope you have all seen this. Yeah, you have all seen this trading. If you are into this stock market or so, you'll find these graphs which has green, red, and what is how, like, the profits, this company is in loss, these stocks are in loss, or like, this is the best time to invest, this is the not the better time to invest, or this is the amount you'll be getting. So all these predictions and everything in a better way, like, how are they even saying? Is a person sitting on it and telling that this is the best time to invest? Then if that is the case, don't you think that he's trying to manipulate us, right? So all these are are done using smart contracts where there are predefined functions. Let's say if this is a stock is maybe booming a little, maybe it's having a good value. If it is if it is getting some pre set conditions, like it's able to identify and it's able to do that, then simply the trading, like the software whichever we have, will show you that this is the best time to invest. So don't you think we are using smart contract blockchain technology into this finances, where we can use that in trading part, right? That is one. Next thing, keeping our money safe. Computers can help you make our money safe and doesn't get lost. What does this mean? So let's say, if you ever tried to, I'm not sure, like, of course many of us have tried to connect to this open source Wi-Fi's when we don't have it around. So whenever you try to connect it, your phone or your system will show this is not a secure connection. So don't you think it's like a warning that there might be data breach or people might take your data out, right? So that is one thing I would say. And I want you all to answer a question. Is your mobile phone a computer, or at least similar to computer? I want answers in the chat box. Meanwhile, while I continue, I want you all to please tell me that if computers are similar to mobile phones, or is a mobile also a computer? I want you all to answer that question. It would be very great if you can do that. So meanwhile, while you put up your answers, because I think there's a lag that you and me are facing, so I'll keep going. But if your answers are there and I get answers, I will discuss them again. So yeah, the first concept here was fun with finance. In fun, leave out the word fun, but like in finance, first thing, we can use blockchain technology, where if somebody is trying to replicate your identity, or somebody is trying to use your own use your details to trick something or get money, or try to put you into a dangerous situation, blockchain tech, it's similar to computer. Yes, great, thank you so much for your answers. That's correct. It's similar to your computer. It's like literally the thing is, computer is run on a CPU and your phone is run on a chip, and your computer and phone both undergo similar type of thing. Like let's say if you're trying to connect both of them, right? So what happens here? It will show it's not secure environment first of all, or it will say let's say you're trying to open some website which is not authorized, or maybe you shouldn't be opening that website. It will say browser is harmful, so please do not open it, or something like that. Even in Google, there most of the times you find it. So that is where your computers, I mean the technology which we use, is helping you in order not to fall into that, right? Yeah, as we were talking, first thing, it will help people if they're trying to replicate your details or so. First thing, you're going to find the bad guys using blockchain technology. And the second one is smart trading, as we discussed about this phone app, where it is showing like this is the best time to invest, this is the not better time to invest, or like we can say it gives insights, it gives all big reports about how this trading is going on in certain particular shares also. So when we talk about this, we cannot say that a person is making them. Do you think like there are around some millions of trades and millions of stocks present out there, right? So is it easy for some set of people to actually come up with one single report about all of them, and that too every single day, and like verifying it, understanding it? Is it possible in one single day? I want you all to put that also in chat box. Is it possible for people to give reports in one day about trading? Because this stock market, no, it changes. Like if you have idea about stock markets, you know better than me. It's like it changes every single second. Like one time it's in the highest value, the next minute it might be in the lowest value. So we never know. But then when it is changing in that like seconds or minutes or like very soon in hours, how do you think a person can actually even calculate, right? So we use these predefined, that is nothing but the smart contracts concept, in order to give reports, in order to understand, and in order to give suggestions to the user, whoever is in the stock market, right? So this is where this concept you use in smart trading. And the third one is keep computers can make sure our money is safe and doesn't get lost. Not possible. Yes, perfect. Not possible. Exactly. So these 3 points here are done. And then the next one is supply chain. So this is something similar to our tracking system using blockchain technology. But again, when we talk about this reality part, it's different. But then it's similar. You might face this similarities. You might understand while we go through it. So first thing, computers can guess what we want to buy next by looking at what we have bought before. So when we discuss about this first, have you ever seen, let's say you have purchased a mobile phone. The minute you add it to the cart, below is the thing add, or below is the thing also add this, like let's say the phone case or the screen guard also. Yes? So immediately, the moment you add this, you get that. Let's say you didn't buy. Let's say you just bought your phone, kept it aside, and the moment you open social media, you get ad similar to that in order to tell you to buy a phone case. So do you think your data is even safe in that way? And okay, I want you to answer this question. Is it okay for that ad to be produced, or is it not okay? Do you think your data is going out, or is it not? So that is the question, and we will discuss about the answers. Then only I will reveal the correct answer, what is going on and how is it possible. So yeah, the next thing is as we were talking about buying a phone and people finding it. So let's say I am in Pune and I bought a phone. How come a website or a app or whatever which sells these phone cases, from which is some maybe Bangalore based or even something else based and maybe foreign based, and it is giving me suggestions about phone cases? How does the company there, who I also don't know, will know the information that I bought a phone and I need a phone case? So isn't it this marketing will help them a lot. And of course, when we talk about our own business, it's a great thing. But then when we talk about our data, it's not really. Because how come a person there, how come the company there is knowing that you bought a phone? That means your data has been breached. That means your data has been sent out, right? So it's not really that safe. But then this will help you a lot in this marketing strategies and supply chain. So let's go to the next one. Keeping things just right. They can help make sure stores have just enough stuff for us to buy everything or too much or too little. So let's talk about this part. So I'm sure you all have used the Swiggy Instamart or maybe anything like Zomato, Swiggy when you order food online. So let's say when you order food online, and let's say they have around only 10 water bottles, and when you keep pressing, let's say you added plus, data is going out but useful also since we can buy related products. That is true, but then for the marketing it is nice, it is useful for them, but then when you talk about your data, yes, it's not at all safe. I'm glad I'm getting a lot of answers today, so I think the topic is interesting so far. Just give me a minute, I'll just have a little water. Yeah, great. So let's continue. I'm glad that I'm getting answers also. So here, the data is breached, which is a bad thing. There's no security for it. But then it's useful for the marketing strategies. That I can say, but then it's not really safe for us. And we have seen these cases where you won't give your number out, but then you randomly get calls. Let's say you simply plan or just talk to your friend about going to masters, or maybe you're planning to join some new course, and the next minute, immediately, you might get ads, and leave about ads. Maybe it's the phone that is saying there's a mechanism there, but then you get calls from these consultancies, foreign consultancies. That happened with me recently. I didn't even plan on it, but my number got out, and I got calls from hundreds of consultancies about if I'm planning to go out, and they can help me out. Then I didn't even give my number to these people, right? Then how are they even getting my data? So here, this is where the data breach works. So let's say you log in, or let's say you just randomly open an app. There was an app called B612 where everybody used, and it had the consent for your contacts. Why does a camera app require the contacts of your phone or so? Then we all accepted it and also, but then your numbers have gone out. Your data has gone out. That is the reason you randomly get calls about loans or whatever is happening so far. So, your data is not safe, that is very sure. And then what are the safety measures we can take in order to maintain these things using blockchain? So that is the class today. And I want you all to see the moment when we talk about a topic, please think from your own perspective or point of view about how we can include blockchain technology or smart contracts into this in order to make it even more safe. Right? Okay, so as we are talking about the stores where the Swiggy Instamart, let's say you add 3 and they have only 3, they'll say out of stock simply. How does the computer even know that they are there and they are not? Because I'm not in the warehouse, I'm not even calling the person in the warehouse to ask how many are there, but then it has the data of every single product, let's say even a single pencil. So as we talk about blockchain technology, we all know we have unique IDs, right? So when we talk about these unique IDs, we have different QRs, we have different transaction IDs in the format of number, hexadecimal, etc., etc. But then on the products which we mostly buy, if you observe, we have a thing called barcode. It's a combination of lines and like black and white lines, and every barcode is again unique. So let's say one product has one barcode or etc. Like when the inventory comes into that place, they will scan everything using that barcode. They don't have to put it manually, so it's not even that tough. The moment you get a box of it, they'll just put it in. to understand their inventory, how many they have. So once they have a record of it, and when the billing takes place, like not just in the online shopping or so, even in this supermarkets. So the moment the billing happens, they know these many, let's say a product, like I took a water bottle, and the shop has around 10 water bottles, if we use the concept. So when the shop has 10 water bottles, it knows, like once you scan it in, the quantity is 10. So there are around 5 water bottles already gone. So it gives the alert to the manager, or like whoever is there, that this product is selling fast. Right? So it is analyzing the data. But how? Can we say it is using the concept of smart contracts? If this product, if a product, it's not like if this product, but like if a product is going, or like more than 10 each day, so don't you think its demand is more? So don't you think that should be notified? Let's say they are like functional, these festive products, like for Deepavali we have diyas, they'll be selling it out. So after that you won't even find them in the same shop, right? How? That is how, like these are already pre-planted in a smart contract in a big blockchain. And when we put all these together, how do I tell you, then like it gives inputs to the store manager also, in order to bring these products, and these are going much, so these should be, this inventory should be more, this inventory should be less, and also. So that is how we can just keep things right. That is how we can make sure your product, or the thing which we are going to do, is safe enough. And the third thing is watching our stuff. Computers help us keep an eye on things while they are being delivered to our homes, as we know when they will arrive. So let's say a mobile phone is also a computer, as we already spoke. It's similar. It's like, it's simply, this is run through CPU and that is run through this chip, right? Can we say that? So now when we talk about that, uh, like we have seen these delivery people, so we know that we will be getting a notification food is being prepared, and he's the delivery guy. So once he picks it up, it got picked up. Once he's traveling, you'll know exactly at what position he is, at what location he is. So it's helping you track from the order till it is reaching your home. So again, here the concept of blockchain comes, where you have this unique ID, and the rest all are addition to it. Like as we are talking about smart contracts, if and then. Smart contracts always work on if then, right? So when we say that, if the delivery boy reached, the message should be sent to the user. If he collected and he presses a button there that the order is collected, again a message should be sent. So these all are pre-planted in a smart contract. Can I say that? These all are pre-planted in a smart contract. And once they all are planted, like once each thing happens, if this happens, immediately the next thing happens. If this happens, so that is how you are able to track from taking the order till it is getting delivered. But how? Again, with the unique ID of blockchain and the smart contracts thing, where it will give you continuous updates. So can we say that? I want you all to come up, just take 2 minutes of time. I'll be on mute. I want you all to come up with one idea about what all concepts are there in supply chain that are being used, and then later on we will talk about the concepts which can be used. So as of now, take a minute. I want you all to answer the question, how what are the concepts that are already being used in supply chain. I'm very fine even if you tell the answers which I've already discussed, but I want you all to know that you're with me, so I want interaction here. I didn't get even a single answer from you. I'm waiting for the same. Or is it like you didn't understand, or is it like you're not able to think about any new ideas? If so, I will continue with the class. Otherwise, I'll wait. Like, okay, let's continue with the class because I don't think I'll be getting many answers as well, as I see very few interacting and very few attentive. Okay, so let's continue. Need of customer is known by tracking the product delivery. Yes. So I'm so glad I got one answer, that need of customer is known. How? Using smart contracts again and tracking the product delivery. This is another one. So when with your unique order ID, once your product is here, it is like it is booked, it has been given to you, like where it reached, how is it coming, you can track everything. Placing an order to tracking it till the delivery. Yes, perfect. So to understand which product is more in demand, yeah, one more answer. True. Yes. So yeah, thank you so much for your answers. I will continue. And now the next one is sorry. Yeah. So the next one is here what we have on the other side of our page: planning, sourcing, manufacturing, delivery, returns. So these are the 5 phases where if you want to build a supply chain using blockchain technology, or if you even generally want to build a supply chain, these are the things which you need to take care of before you move further. So the first thing is planning. First of all, what are you going to which product are you going to have, and what is the plan, what is your marketing strategy, how do we go with it? Is it going to be through this smart contracts, is it going to be through normal manual way, etc., etc. So the planning is the first thing which is required. And then sourcing. So sourcing can be raw materials which you want, or the materials which you want, from where. So what is the profit margin you'll be getting? See, here smart supply chain is a very different concept, but then this is going to help a lot. A blockchain can be included into examples like this, as we are again talking about the use cases of blockchain in these type of real world examples in a very big scale, that is business way. So sourcing. So where do we get it from? Let's say we create a blockchain. This is just a hypothetical idea, but then if it's going to get into implementation, that's great. So let's say we have a blockchain where like all the products, okay, which one is least, like now we have this India Mart or so, these type of websites where you'll get the prices of wholesale and the contact of the person, right? So actually that we can use an example. So if I want to start up a business and I need this raw material, the first thing I will do is in which place I will be getting the raw material for the least amount, and which place I can make the most profit margin. Right? So let's say we have a blockchain related to all these all these information before. Don't you think it's very easy for a new startup people, or a new person who wants to start up a business? It's very easy for them to source it. It's very easy for them to understand the market and get the raw materials easily. And the third part is manufacturing. Again, here manufacturing works, we can say smart contracts for big machinery. So it's like including the software, like the coding part into the real hardware. If, as we were talking about this plastic bottles yesterday, if you put the plastic piece, then only it will expand. If the bottle is already expanded, then only the cap will be printed. If the cap is printed, then only it will be fixed. If it's fixed, the water will be filled. If the water is filled, then it should be packed. If all this is done, there should be stickering done. And if the stickering is done, it should be kept in a box. So here, the manufacturing process, how to make it in a step-by-step way, like A, B, C, D, like just like in a blockchain, how to make it in series, and what happens if something is not done in the right order. So to identify if something is not in the right order, you can use blockchain again. And also to make it go into step-by-step, like in series, in linear form, we can use blockchain technology again. We can include this software part into hardware part in order to make a machine work. And the fourth part is delivery. Delivery here is nothing but sending your product out, right? Sending your product out. So initially when you start up with a business or so, not everybody might know your product, right? So you need to send it out to people, like you need to go to shops like this logistics partner telling to sell your stuff, or we have seen many things like these free samples, testing out samples, testing samples. This comfort people used to come a lot before with giving out small samples, because fabric conditioner in India was a new thing then. So they had to come up with these free samples with people sending out in order to make people like the product and buy it. And then they're like, in this delivery, it's not just about reaching your product to the customer or the logistics partner, but it's more than that. So I'm so sure we all know Zudio. Zudio, before some few years back, not even a single person knew that there existed a company called Zudio, or there existed a shop called Zudio. But then now it's very famous. Everybody knows it. How? It's just that the marketing there is, while they came up with this new concept, instead of free samples, they gave it for the least price, which attracted like hundreds of customers to buy their products. So this also comes under delivery, and he put inventory in such a way that everybody is able to understand, everybody is able to get their product, and nobody is feeling that it's going to get over. But at the same time, he made sure the demand is same and the supply chain is also same. So this is one of the nice marketing strategy or the delivery which they took there, right? So giving out free samples, or this delivery should be how the product is going to the customer. Is it like the packaging is nice? Everything, all these concepts, they come under delivery. And the last but not the least is returns. So when we talk about these returns, let's say we have a business with the dairy factory where milk, curd, and yogurt, all these are there. Mouth publicity, less price with good quality. Yes, that is Zudio's thing. It's not just the mouth publicity, but you started seeing the shop everywhere. Even if you didn't know the name, if one person comes and just tell you Zudio, maybe you'll think, oh, what is the shop? But then you have been seeing that a lot. So that's how these ads also work. Let's say you're going on a road, and in the middle, in the garden part or so, they'll put ads of a company. Or once you see it, your mind stores it in such a way. It's actually getting manipulated, okay? Your mind stores it in some way. Like, you have seen it somewhere. So if you keep seeing it too much, you come to a conclusion that this is famous, or okay, this is known by everybody. So that is one more marketing strategy. It also comes under delivery, but it's not just the product delivery, but it's also the product delivery about in a way where people understand if this product is worth it or not. Let's say there are many even construction groups, they simply put out big banners or so, and maybe let's say you saw it like in more than 10 places, you simply start to think that yeah, it is known to us, yeah, I've seen it a lot, though you don't know it in depth. So this is one of the marketing strategy where they come up with, and that also comes under the part of delivery. So here again, how does smart contracts work in this concept? So when we talk about it, the smart contracts helps you in going with the marketing strategies. Like, let's say which area this might go a lot. What was the previous plan, like previous things that worked out in that particular area? What is the previous outcome of the product, similar product outside there? And if it's a new product, what kind of marketing strategies work? So all these are kept in a blockchain, and that concept is nothing but called as smart contracts, where when you want to try something new, you simply pick it up, keep it there, and go on. So that is where smart contracts can help you in the part of delivery. And the next one was returns, as we were talking. Like dairy products, they get spoiled very soon. The maximum is like maybe 2 to 3 days. So how to reduce these returns and how to tackle with them? That again, you should be doing it in the planning, but then reducing your returns to its least will help you put your supply chain in the better. So let's say you have generated around 10 products, and in that 2 products are continuously getting returned back. So understanding that returns, like when somebody is putting up a return, your blockchain will first thing note it down. So of course, now that you have a percentage of returns in a very detailed way and a very immutable way, you will be able to identify your returns and you'll start to work on that product. So like every concept, starting from planning, sourcing, manufacturing, delivery, returns, our blockchain technology, which is inbuilt with smart contracts, is actually helping us to build our own business. So can we say blockchain can be included into this nice supply chain, right? So that is one concept. The before one was okay, just give me a minute. The before one was fun with finance, where how blockchain can help us, because as we were talking about money transactions and so on all these days, the finance part I didn't take that much. But then in supply chain, as it is a new concept and it's very little, might not be easy to think about the how blockchain is actually included in the supply chain. I took the class a little longer and I took this topic for a little more while. And I hope you understood. If it's clear, please put up a message that it is clear. If not, please tell me it's not clear, because you might not be able to ask a particular doubt, but then if I repeat it, maybe it'll be clear. Please let me know in the comment section or chat box if I am clear, if this topic is clear about how we put blockchain into supply chain. I'll just wait for a minute. Please let me know if it's clear or if it's not. I will move further to the next topic, and after this we have an activity also. In that activity, we will talk about how it is going to help us with the blockchain. But meanwhile, I would request you all to please put up a message that if it's clear or not. Topic is clear. Thank you so much. So 1 or 2 people, so that I'll know you're following and I'll keep going forward. Okay, so I got at least one answer, so I'll move forward and I hope I'll be getting more. So the next topic is healthcare. So this is one big maze. Yes, topic is clear. Thank you so much. So this is one big maze. Okay, there are 3 concepts: picture detectives, finding new medicines, talking to health helpers. So when we start with this picture detective, so this thing I can say like let's say I have a clot or so inside, and when the doctors put the camera in, he or she might not really understand what is in there. It might not be that clear, but then we can create a smart contract that is nothing but a blockchain inbuilt, not a smart contract, sorry, blockchain, where a similar outcomes or many different millions of outcomes, where the robot is trained in such a way that it will identify what is in there super immediately. So when the camera is sent, and let's say I have a clot, I'm not very good with medical, so I'm just taking it as an example. If anything wrong, please forgive me for the same, but I'm just taking an example to make the topic clear. So when they, please be loud. Okay, sure. So I hope I'm audible enough now, and I will try to be even more louder. Yeah. So I'll continue. Computers, yeah. When you put up a camera or so inside, the camera itself, see, when you do even go for a test or so, like endoscopy or so, you won't get the report immediately. It'll take a little time. In this little time, whatever has been looked inside is sent out in the blockchain, where it will check every outcome and let us know if there is anything similar. And if there is anything similar, that is how we identify that this person is having that particular clot, or this is the thing, or like the outcome, what is the disease, or what is it. So having different things in one single blockchain helps you identify if anything is similar to it, right? And once they find something similar to it, they attach it again in order to find, you'll have very vast data, and it'll become easy day by day in order to identify if there is anything. So I mean, this is not yet included, this is not yet put up into the real life, but then this is one of my point of view, where it can make it easy for the doctors to diagnose the patients fast and easy. The second one is finding new medicines. So when we talk about this, we can say that, let's say two scientists, okay, one is in India, one is in Australia, or maybe some other place. When these two people are together, I mean, they are working on a medicine. Let's say the Australia person already found it. And do you think do you think there is a need that we should find the same medicine with the same drug with the same composition, and with, I mean, of course the name might be different because it's people who find it will name it, right? So if you build the same thing, and is there any point of doing so much of research and doing so much of work? So it's like wasting our time, right? Because both are finding the same thing, or maybe he already found it, he or she. So here, uh, every medicine that is ever found, along with its composition, like 20% this material, 20% this chemical, 20% that, 20% this, whatever is it, the combination of. In Dolo, it's like paracetamol, some percentage also. So when all this is there, if the medicine, every medicine's track is already there in the blockchain, if a person is even trying to do an experiment on it, he or she can simply run his point of views first and check if there is a medicine there already, right? If both are finding the same thing, it's simply waste of time. Can I say that? Yes. So finding new medicine, it can help you save your time, it can help us find new medicines, it can help finding the existing medicines and not waste time on the same. Can I say that? And the last thing is talking health helpers. So in many websites, right, in many websites, I am so sure we have been seeing this, like, let's say, okay, let's talk about Google in general. So when you put up your symptoms, it will say this might be the problem. How is it even identifying just by the symptoms? So again, we can use the same concept using blockchain technology. Like, of course, each disease or each type of thing will have certain set of symptoms, right? So same symptoms might be for 2 to 3, but then it is different, like the names are different again. Like, so let's say a person can create a chatbot where a person puts up his or her symptoms, and the chatbot should be able to identify or tell what might be the problem. So we already have these in big hospitals like this Apollo, or I'm not sure, like, the thing I know is Apollo. They have this where you can test your BHMI, or you can test your sugar levels, or according to your sugar levels it will give some outputs, what can be used, what is the things you should be doing, or what all you can follow. So that is what I have been seeing in this. So when you're talking about this, you can create a chatbot with all the predefined, that is, here again the smart contracts concepts comes into picture. So where you can add up one big blockchain with smart contracts where all the symptoms and what might be the disease, or like, so can be identified. So once it is identified, it's very easy even for the doctors to, I mean, like, to self-diagnose first of all, whenever it can be done self through one particular individual. Can we use that? Can we say that? That is one thing. And it also might help the young doctors, like who are still pursuing their MBBS or so, to understand and help identifying the patient's problem, right? So if you are looking forward to build your own what we say, a chatbot, you can use the concept of smart contracts, or you can use the concept of blockchain for the same. So this is for like, these are the use cases which we are using for blockchain, like how to include blockchain in a better way. As I told yesterday, you will be learning more about how blockchain can be included in our real life. So this is one big example. You had to come up with a case study, but then here you have a concept, right? So this is one. And okay, so we'll just recap about everything we discussed, like, in 2 to 3 minutes, and then we will start off with the next activity, that is like how to make people understand. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please put it up. I will share it to this system in order to open it. Great. So we'll just repeat this once and we'll move on to the next session. So meanwhile, the first thing, finance. How our computers can help, or how blockchain technology can help us in the point of money. First thing, it will help us to find if somebody's trying to replicate or trying to use your identity. And second thing, it will help us do smart trading and understanding where you can invest and where you cannot invest. And third one is keeping our money safe by not allowing us to open through any open source networks, or the things which can be hacked, or the information can be kept. And the next one is in supply chain. This one we discussed in a very elaborate way, and I hope there is no questions about this. Even if you have, please put it in the chat box. But yeah, how we can use smart contracts in manufacturing. We can use blockchain technology by identifying all the information in sourcing. In planning, you can also again use smart contracts where let's say this is your type of product, so accordingly you can simply pick up whatever your requirements are. And then in delivery, you can use like smart contracts and blockchain in, like, let's say in millions of ways, I would say. And the returns part, and in returns you can make sure you can identify which product is being good, which product is being bad, like what we can change, what are the feedbacks. And I forgot to put up a point that if your product is premium and everybody wants it to be unique, we can simply come up with this unique number, and people can directly check it in the database if the product is original or not. If you find two people having two different things but with the same number, it's very easy to identify the fake one. So that will that can benefit your business in a better way, isn't it? It is going to benefit your business in such a nice way that nobody can try to replicate it, because if he or she is going to purchase it, he or she will already look into the original one. So iPhone is one big example, right? So where it manufactures in-house and everything, even your smartphones, Androids, or we have this IME number where it is put up in the in the database. And if you go for insurance, or if you go for any replacement, or if you want to take your warranty or so, first thing they do is they'll check if the product is original and it is manufactured from that particular quality company or not. So that is one big thing which we can actually use blockchain in supply chain. That is again about having the unique numbers and identifying from where it is being, and like the details to be shared. So that is one big blockchain. And guessing what we need, that is nothing but understanding the customer requirements and showing the ads or showing the things accordingly, and then keeping the things right. So to have a track on our inventory with that unique barcode, storing the information, and once it is gone, having a track of it, that you have these many products, this is the number. So that is where you can also again use our blockchain into this and watching our stuff. So once a person orders it with one unique order ID, he or she can track from where the order has been started. And this is similar to tracking, which we learned the other day in the case studies, right? So that is one more point we discussed here. And healthcare, as I told, this healthcare is not yet into blockchain, but I am so sure if we are looking forward, we can put healthcare into blockchain technology in order to get better diagnosis, better outputs, better understanding even for the students also, right? So that I would say. And next thing is finding new medicines. It is going to help us save a lot of time if all over the world we follow one single blockchain for medicines, and everybody can track, right? I mean, maybe it should not be given to a common man, but it can be given to all licensed scientists who will be developing these medicines, so that they will check if there is something that is already existing in order not to waste the time. And also, if a company wants to go innovative, they can also use the same blockchain in order to check what is not there also, right? So that can, even help you grow, that can even help you not waste time, that can even help everybody around the world to know if there is a medicine for one particular thing, right? And also it can help you like see what are the side effects and what you can do to make the side effects low, what you can do to put up it to the lowest, and like what is the changes you can make in the medicine. So all these can be added into a blockchain, and that can help you find a new medicine. And then the last but not the least we discussed was about the the bots. So these bots will help you identify all your what do you say help you identify all your symptoms, help you identify what might be the problem, because we AI, again coming back to this concept called AI, it is not at all easy to believe it. So that's the reason we should always use the word might. The chatbot might be able to identify what is going on, and accordingly he or she can go out for immediate doctor's suggestion or so. So that if you have any questions about this, please let me know, please put it in the chat box while I go to the next one. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat box. So sound is not clear, there is double sound. Okay, I am not sure why it is double, but then let me try. It's not echoing or so. It's supposed to be like good, because I just reconnected the mic and set it right. If so, please let me know if it's clear or not. Please let me know if my voice is audible clear enough. We have only 15 more minutes. We'll complete the activity, and we can give 5 minutes for the Q&A, and then we can close the session. But before that, please let me know if I'm audible and if there is still the problem like with the double sound or so. Please let me know if it's clear. If my voice is clear, then I'll start off with the activity. Okay, I consider that I am clear. Now it's clear, it's audible. Thank you so much for your responses. Now I'll start off with the next thing, that is nothing but this is an activity. So here I'll just read it once. Let's have a reading, we'll understand the concept, and then we will start off with how to do it among yourselves. If possible, we are actually trying out to put a Google Meet among ourselves, whoever is in the online part. We will connect through Google Meet, and still we can put that also in live. You don't have to turn on your videos, but then we can make sure we interact there where you can talk to us, even if it's online. Okay. So yeah, in session 14, that is an activity, we'll simulate transaction on a simplified blockchain network using hands-on approach. So here we are going to understand the blockchain network in a better way, in a clear way. So this is designed according to 5th grade students. So even 5th grade students should be able to do it. So you should also come up with like new changes or the things which we can do here. So first thing, we need to divide the students into groups, and we need to ask them to take each block, like one paper, pen, like different pens, papers, and a blockchain board. Let's say if they have more students, if there are less students, take a little better, but then if there is one single blockchain, take 15 people or so together. And they should be assigned roles. These are the senders, these are the receivers, and these are the miners. As we discussed before, miners are nothing but like these people check if every transaction is clear, everything is like same, or is there anybody who's trying to do add up a data which is similar to it, or they're trying to replicate the same thing, they're trying to change the data in it or so. So to make sure this happens, we can go on, like we can ask each group to simulate a transaction by writing down the sender's address, receiver's address, and transaction amount on a piece of paper, right? So it doesn't have to be a transaction, but then you can ask the sender to write the sender's name, address name, and a unique number along with it. So which can be identified accordingly, like with the unique number the transaction can be identified. So here, as we can't do it through system, like to make them understand in a better way, if it's hands on it's great, right? If you again put a computer and you explain the same thing, it might not be that clear to them. So here we can come up with something like with papers, and each sender will write one message with the receiver's address and a unique ID. Okay. Once they do that, the transaction papers will be passed to the miners, who validate and add them to a blockchain. So once a message is passed, first thing, the number is added into the blockchain, that this is added already. And now once every sender, like let's say we make 10 groups or 2 groups, and in that 10 people each, in that few, let's talk 18, it's clear for our number. 3 people are receivers, 3 people are senders, 3 people are miners. Same thing here. So this is a different blockchain board, this is a different blockchain board, right? So let's say the sender writes a message like, hi, my name is XYZ, and the sender's address, receiver's address, again those two can be some numbers or whatever they wish, and that should be attached with one unique number, one unique ID. You can, if you want to make it even more interesting, you can tell them to generate their own hash value by using the things inside your data. So they can mismatch the alphabets or numbers, put it all together and change it in such a way that it's decoded. And this is how, so first thing, you're telling them to write something unique, telling them to, maybe you can fold the paper, write only that decoded, like that thing which the unique ID on outside, and inside the message will be there, because the miner or whoever the person is will not be able to read what is inside. So we can come up with the concept where he or she, like the miner, will not be able to read what is inside, what is the data inside, but he or she will be able to understand if anything is replicated, right? So the senders will write down a message inside, and outside they will make their own hash function using the data in the message, right? So once this thing is done, the sender's part is done, maybe we can do this in the group, or we can interchange between those two groups. So it's up to the teacher's choice what he or she wants to do. And then these miners will note down every transaction number. Okay, they will note down every transaction number and keep a record of it, adding into a blockchain. So ask the miners to get a big pen and paper, a big paper where they can note down all the transactions that are sent. So the miner should, and now it's the teacher's job to plant something similar, something with the same number, with a different message inside, of course. You have to plant one more message to both the groups with same number which is already there. So if the same number is there and you give it among them, when these miners will start to identify that there are two things with the same unique ID, right? Same decoding or same something like that. You can come up with your own formulas also. So once the miners identify, now give the same thing to everybody out there and ask them to vote. Let's say we name this similar things as A and B. So we'll ask everybody in that blockchain to vote and say which do you think is the original one. So here, see, it doesn't really happen in blockchain, but then here we can achieve conscientious mechanisms to make them understand here also. So everybody in that blockchain will vote which one do they think is not the fake one. So ask people, let them vote A, B, A, B, A, B. Whoever gets the more majority can be the original one. Of course, they can identify it. And once they vote, you're going to validate the one which won more votes. That is nothing but by achieving consensus mechanism. So once it is validated, all these transactions should be added to one single block in the blockchain. So group A, group B, let's say. So once the group A's transactions are added as a block, now tell them group B should be adding after that. So that is the reason, that is because you need to have the transactions in chronological order. So line by line, one by one. So after certain number of transactions, let's say you limit each block to 3 transactions or 10 transactions, or it's up to you according to the students. So after the certain transactions are done and they are confirmed by the miners and everybody in the group by achieving conscientious mechanism, that should be confirmed as one block, and once added all those numbers cannot be changed no matter what. So the transaction is confirmed blocks and are considered final and cannot be changed. So this is one activity you can come up with. Now take a minute, I am not going to talk. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat box, ask me, and if there are no questions, please put it as no questions. And before that, I want you all to come up with a new idea, like right now. Take 5 minutes of time, as we have class till 12 and I can stay for 5 more minutes extra. Please put one message telling that what we say, how we can come up with even better idea. So one idea I got from one of my offline student is, we can have a potluck, so where each person gets one thing and each thing is one transaction, and everybody will put it there, making it a block, and now everybody will check all the items, and by then we can say that the miners are checking if anything is repeated. And after everybody tastes everything, they have to come up with one tasty thing, so that includes the thing of conscientious mechanisms here. And once the voting is done, everything should be made a note of, and everything should be broadcasted, like it should be made a note that this happened. That means it is recorded in the blockchain. So that was a very nice concept, I got it from her. I want you all to be coming up with similar ideas. I'll be waiting here. Please put, if you have any questions also, please put that whatever question you have. If not, please also interact that no questions, and also please interact about this ideology where we can add similar things in order to make the students or other people understand how blockchain works in a hands-on approach. So please let me know if you have any questions. I'll be right here. Please let me know if there are any questions, or if there are no questions also, please let me know the same, and also come up with a similar idea. At least respond about the questions first, and then we can proceed with the concepts. I request you all to please put it up in the chat box, so that I will understand that you're with me and this is an interactive session and it's going on great, so that it's not like I'm just telling to the camera and the mic. So please put up your answers. This Google Docs in your cloud computing. So this is how it looks like, and I have used the same concept here. So it's just like a overlapping of this and that, and you might understand. Questions, no questions, great. So the people who have put no questions, also please put up at least one concept which you can come up with. I consider there are no questions, and but I want you all to even come up with at least two concepts. We have 5 more minutes. I request you all to put up your concepts to please make it interactive. We have 5 more minutes. Money transactions. So should I like consider it as a okay? Oh, you mean coming up with a concept with the money transactions in order to make the blockchain clear? That's a nice ideology. But here we need to come up with the activity. Of course, the point I have understood. Please try to make it into the form of an activity like here or so. Yes, yes, perfect. So I consider there are no more questions, and amazing in healthcare. Yes. So we have already discussed how we can. No, but you have a doubt in healthcare, or I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Is it like a concept you're coming up with? Anyways, I'll do one thing. I'll put up this question also in the assignment so that I will understand your point of views in a better way, right? So that it'll be clear for both, and I can actually get to know your concepts. So I think I'll be ending the session. If I'll still wait for 1 more minute, please let me know if you have any questions, and I will immediately respond. So I consider no questions. So we'll meet tomorrow. Please come back after the break. I think you'll have lunch as of now. You'll be having cloud computing after this. So have a nice day. It was nice, and thank you for keeping the chat interactive as well. So that I understood that you're with me, and yeah. So thank you so much. We'll meet in the next class. If there are any questions, please put it up like right now. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back everyone. Good afternoon everyone. Welcome to our cloud computing session. I hope you are there. So we'll start for a small recap session what we have done yesterday. So yesterday we started with something called data security and privacy, and I told you what is the data security and what is data privacy, how we need to keep our data private with the help of security, and slowly we entered into how the data security can be stolen, how the people can steal our data if we don't follow our security protocols. And then slowly we learned about what are the common risks in the cloud security, what are the risks can be happen, from where it can happen, something called internal and external threats we learned, and we learned about visibility and control limits. So I hope you remembered all the concepts. If yes, please tell me yes. If you have any doubts from yesterday lecture, please let me know through the chat. So, and also we learned about how cloud providers will protect our data. What are the things we need to take care when the cloud providers are protecting our data from our side also. And what are the important data privacy, what is the importance of data privacy we learned. And slowly we entered into something called OSI layers. I hope you remembered all OSI layers. Please tell me in the chat what is the full form of OSI layer, OSI models. What is the full form of OSI? Please, I need some response from you guys. I'm waiting for your response. So until and unless you respond for me, I can't start today's lecture. So please start with our what is the full form of OSI? I'm waiting for your response. Yes, open system interconnection. So open system interconnection is nothing but we have different operating systems, right? So we don't have only Windows. We have Windows, we have Linux, we have other operating systems as well, like Mac, everything we have. So open system interconnection is nothing but we can connect from one OS to another OS. Let's say when the team is working together, if one of them is using different operating system, not a Windows, example Mac or any other Linux or something they are using, but still we can access the data from other operating systems for the Windows operating system. So we are connecting internally with different operating systems. So that is called open system interconnection. So every open system interconnection we need to follow these 7 layers. These 7 layers will be definitely there for every operating system. So we have physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, sessional layer and presentation layer, and the topmost layer we call as application layer. I hope you are clear with these concepts. And every layer will have its own functionality. Yes or no? So when the every layer have its own functionality, there might be a chance of every layer will have its own risk. So today we are going to discuss about those risks, how those risks can happen, how to control those risks. Okay? So let's get into today's topics. Before getting to today's topic, anyone have any doubts from the yesterday's topics, yesterday's lecture? Okay, so if you don't have any yesterday questions from yesterday lecture, I'll tell you one thing. These 7 layers should not jumble the layers. Every time the physical layer will be the bottommost layer and the application will be the topmost layer, and every internal layers also should be placed on its own placement. We can't put the data link layer as a 5th layer, and we can't put sessional layer as a 4th layer. Every layer will be at its own position. We can't change that positions. So remember this thing. With these notes, we'll go into today's topic, something called layers of IT security. IT means information security, right? So information security, we have 7 layers. Every layer have its own security. Every layer have its own what we can say leakage of data, and how to protect that data we'll learn today. So let's start today's lecture. We'll start from something called physical layer. The physical layer is nothing but human layer. Okay, the human layer means whatever the physical things we do physically, which is nothing but systems or whatever we can see physically, that is called physical layer. So that physical layer have a more interaction with the human beings. Yes or no? So that physical layer, we can say that that is the most weakest link in the 7 layers, because that is where the human interaction will be there. That is where the human errors can be done, and that is the way where the most of the cyber attacks can be done. So I'll say that 90% of the data breaches are happening from the physical layer. Okay, for example, if we take something called cyber criminals, we have, okay, something called some users use the physical systems carelessly. They will accept something, any other unwanted links, or they can access something, some other network which is not need to be. So this is how the cyber attacks can be done. So to avoid that, what we need to do, we need to know, the user need to know how to control the system, what to access, what to deny, where to connect the wires, where to connect the network, which network we need to access, which website we need to access. Yes, these all things need to be taken care by the human beings. That is called human layer. And something called perimeter layer. So this is like, let's say we have something organization. That organization is in 100 square feet, for example. So we need to know how to safeguard our entire company data. Okay, to safeguard our company data, we need to take something called perimeter security. That is, we need to define how far our network need to available. Let's say if I have a 100 square feet of organization, if I give my private network more than 100 square feet, there is a chance where some public guy, where some public person can use my private network and can access my data. So to avoid that, we need to predefine our premises. We call premises, right? So we need to define the premises, how far our network need to available. We need to give the network access till 100 square feet or 1000 square feet, something. So once we predefine that square something, then if we give the access of data, the network will be available on the particular defined premises, right? So only people who from the premises can access the data. So that is called perimeter security. And the next layer is network security. So in that network security, what we need to do, we need to measure or safeguard the security of company where other people cannot access the data. Yes or no? We have something called private and public networks. So this network layer, what helps us, whom to access, where to access. In this network layer, let's say we have public and private. So when the data is coming from public to private, if we provide that private data over our premises, so the network, they can access through the network and they can enter onto our private network. So once they enter into private network, they can have accessibility of data. So we need to have, like, let's say if you have a company, for example, Assam campus example. In Assam campus, we have different users of the Assam website. There are teachers, there are students, there are different domain students from architectures or from designs, different things are there. So we need to not give 100% access to everyone in the campus. Okay, so if they are a teacher, we need to give only access what the teacher requires. The teacher requires access to upload the lecture notes. They need access to upload the attendance. They need access to upload the marks. So whatever required for the teacher, we need to give only the particular access. We can't give 100% access to everyone. So what will happen if we give 100% access to everyone? If everyone is accessing the network, the website, from internally or externally, the problem is there might be a chance where they can corrupt our website and they can get the data which is not available. So that is the problem with the network security. So something we have endpoint security. So this endpoint security is something the network connection between two devices. Let's say when the two devices are sharing the data from different networks. I am from Assam campus. There is someone called some person from other company. So this endpoint network, what is the problem is, whenever we are sharing data from one network to another network, if that is not encrypted, whatever I am sharing hi through the WhatsApp, for example, if someone from other network also get the same message hi, so if it is not encrypted between, what will happen? Someone can steal the data. Yes. So that is the reason we need to encrypt the data in the network. And we need to send it for endpoint to endpoint. So that is called endpoint security. That is encryption and decryption of data. And something we have application security. So this application security, what we say, we have an application. Once we have an application, that is internal application. Okay, let's say Azam campus application. That is internal application where the data can edit. But when we are accessing the application from outside, we have a restriction that only view option. So we need to safeguard that application by having restrictions, whom to access, which data to access for the application. So that can be taken care by the internal security things, application security. So you need to keep your like program updated, and you need to safeguard your secure as much as possible. Yes, that is what the application security is. And let's say we have one more layer, that is data security. This data security is, the data has two different things. The data can be stored in some data centers. The data centers, we have two things. The data can travel and the data can be in rest mode. So what the people will, whenever the cyber crimes are happening, most of the cyber crimes, they'll try to attack in two layers. This is data security layer and this is human layer. So if they attack in the data security layer, what will happen? Whole data which is available in the data center, the database, can access by the someone else. If they are accessing from the human layer, which is physical layer, they can access all the layers as a user, not a threat. They can access all the layers as a user. So this is the two different major layers, more attacks can happen. So what we can say, to ensure that data security, most of the cloud providers will do backups. We also see whenever in an organization, the organization will store the data in two different places. One is there in own system, and one more thing is in their own organization data center. So if something happens for the data which is available in one system, we have a backup of data where we can access, we can use the data. So if someone can erase all the data by accessing the data layer, we have backup layer, backup of data we stored. So that layer, with that data, we can use the data for our requirements. So what the people will do, most of the people will do in organizations something called authentication. So that authentication will do, only few people can access the data. Not everyone from everywhere can access the data. Who are present in the particular premises, only they can access the data. So that data security will be given by different security protections. And we have something called mission critical assets. So this is something called information safeguarding. So we need to, what we can say, that is called topmost layer, application layer. So when some applications we open, many of the people open the same application from different IP addresses, from different networks. So if this is not secured, this seventh layer, human layer, which is physical layer, is not secured, if the person can access this person, then they can directly access this website or application. So to protect all these things, we have something called firewalls. Okay. So these all things can be done not only in the cloud, these all things are happening in the normal storages, physical storages. So this is what, these are the security layers we need to take care. How to secure, what to secure, we need something called firewalls. I'll also tell you what exactly the firewalls, how we use the firewalls. Before that, I'll show you something which is related to cloud, and I'll also explain what is happening, how the controls are taken for these 7 layers. So let's get into this. So here we have something called responsibilities. How many layers we have? We have 7 layers. For 7 layers, we have different responsibilities for each layer. And also, we have something called accessibility and something called security. So these securities and accessibilities for every layer, there are 2 responsible persons. One is cloud provider and one is cloud customer. Cloud customers are nothing but cloud users, and cloud providers are nothing but who are providing the cloud services for the cloud users. So in this concept, we have something called responsibilities, data classification, client end-to-end protection, identity, application, network, host, infrastructure, physical security. So these all things, the responsibility and the security is divided into 2 parts for the different services. Let's say something we have on premises. Someone tell me what is on premises. I need answer for this. What is on premises? Yes, I need what is the meaning of on premises? What exactly the work of on premises? Yes, on premises is nothing but the physically available things. For example, what are the physical devices we have? We have physical devices system. So all the layers, all the 7 layers, for these 7 layers, for the demand of on premises, that is a responsibility of the cloud customer who needs to take care of these all layers. For example, from physical layer to the application layer, these all 7 layers, cloud customer is the responsible person who need to take care of these all layers. For example, when we are using a system physically, someone can access our system. Once they access our system, they will work whatever we are doing. They can see whatever the accessibility we have with our system, with our network, they can access it. That is our responsibility. We need to take care. We are the responsible persons to take care of all these 7 layers. And next we go for infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service, in this case, the responsibilities are divided. Few responsibilities were taken care by the cloud providers and few responsibilities were taken care by the cloud customers. So in this infrastructure as a service, topmost layers, which are 4 layers, 100% responsibility is cloud customers. So something cyber attack, something security is not provided for these 4 layers, that is where we are responsible. The cloud customers are responsible for those layers. And the bottom 3 layers, the responsibility is splitted. Half of the responsibility is taken care by the users, half of the responsibility is taken care by the providers for the network layer and the host infrastructure. And the physical layer, 100% security and the responsibility is taken care by the cloud providers. Let's say if we take these 2 layers, the responsibility and the security is divided into 2 parts. 50% is taken care by the users and 50% is taken care by the providers. So here there is a chance of 2 different attacks from 2 different areas. So if the security, by taking the responsibility, if the cloud providers provide the full security from their side, there is something 50% responsibility taken care by the customer. If the customer is not taking care of this by taking the responsibility, if they are not taking care of the security, there is a cyber attack chance where they can access data, where they can enter into the network from the user side. For example, if the user is providing 100% security from user side, if the cloud providers are not providing the security from their side, again there is a 50% chances where the cyber attacks can be done from the provider side. So that is how the infrastructure as a service responsibilities are divided in the 7 layers for the cloud customers and the cloud providers. The same thing for the platform as a service, and where we go for the software as a service. Software is nothing but whole software is stored in the cloud where we are using that software. When we are using that software, most of the security and most of the responsibilities are taken care by the cloud providers. And it is not 100% responsibilities taken care by the cloud providers. There are few layers, few responsibilities where the cloud users also need to take. That is first layer, application layer, and the other 3 layers. Okay, so once cloud providers are providing 100% security, if the cloud customer is not securing their layers, there can be have a chance of attack. If the customer is having full secure but the cloud providers are not securing your data, again there is a chance of attack from the cloud attacks, from the cyber attacks. And there is something called FAAS. Can someone tell me what is the full form of FAAS? We all know these full forms: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. There is something called FAAS. Can someone tell me what is the full form of FAAS? Yes, I am waiting for your response. If you don't know the answer, please let me know. Don't know, so that I can reveal the answer. But I want just try from your side if you know FAAS, full form of FAAS. No response, so that I can consider as no one know that. No, it is not fulfillment of web server. Okay, so I'll tell you what is the full form of FAAS means. Function as a service. So we have infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. So FAAS means we are taking only one function as a service from the cloud. So this function as a service also will have two different things, which is cloud providers and cloud customers. So in this also, the first most layer, topmost layer, the responsible is from the cloud customers, and the other layers, the security and the responsibility is divided into two parts. Half of the part is taken care by the cloud customers, and the one more half is taken care by the cloud providers. This is how we divide the responsibilities. FAAS, not FWS, FAAS, FAAS, FAS. Okay, so let me conclude this. So these responsibilities and this security has to be taken care from the both sides. If you are not taking care of the responsibility from both sides, definitely there is a chance of having a cyber attacks where they can attack on our data or network. I hope you clear with these things. These are the responsibilities with the particular layer. We have 7 layers. Yes, each layer have its own responsibility. So with these responsibilities are taken care by the two different people who are cloud customers and the cloud providers. Some services for some responsibilities are taken care by the only cloud customers, and for some services some responsibilities are taken care by the both, and for some services some responsibilities are only taken care by the cloud providers. This is how the responsibility is split into the 50-50 and 100% parts. And I want to just tell you one thing. Here in the layer called network layer, there is something called proxy servers. So when we are accessing the data in the public from the private network, let's say one website which is in the public server, and we are accessing that public server website from the private network. When we are accessing the website, first we need to send a request from our IP address. So when we are sending our request from the IP address, we need to take care that our IP address should be hidden, or our IP address will not available in the public, because when the IP addresses are available in the public, there is also chance where with the IP addresses the cyber crimes can be happen. So to protect these things, we have something called proxy servers. They will block our IP addresses till only private network. When the request enter into the public, our IP address will not visible in the public networks, and we'll get the same required amount of data, whatever the data we require. So to clear this, I'll show you one video about the proxy servers, how exactly the proxy servers available. I'll show you with the visuals, because if theoretically if I tell you you will not able to understand. So
is
yeah,
a
this is
proxy
the video
server.
I'll show you.
So that is the topic of this video. Now, a proxy server is a server that retrieves data out on the internet, such as a web page, on behalf of a user. So for example, normally when a computer wants to view a web page out on the internet, you would just open up a web browser and then type in the address and retrieve that web page from its web server. Now, when you go through a proxy server, the proxy server will act like a middleman and will retrieve that web page for you. So now, when you want to go to a website, the proxy server receives the request from your computer, and the proxy server will directly retrieve the web page on your behalf and then send it to your computer. So the question is, why would you want to use a proxy server? Well, a proxy has several benefits, and one benefit is privacy, because it allows you to surf the internet anonymously, because it hides your IP address. Because without using a proxy, and when you visit a website, your public IP address is visible, so certain people can know which websites you're visiting. But when you use a proxy, your IP address becomes invisible, because as the proxy server is retrieving the web page for you, only the IP address of the proxy server can be seen viewing the web page. So your IP address stops here, and then the proxy IP does the rest of the work. And another benefit of using a proxy server is speed. So for example, if a company uses a proxy server, and whenever a user wants to retrieve a web page, the proxy server will retrieve the web page from the internet on behalf of the user, and then it'll store that web page into a centralized cache database. So if another user on a different computer goes to a web page that has been stored in the proxy database, the proxy server doesn't have to go out on the internet to retrieve the web page. It can simply retrieve it from its database and then send it to the user. So this makes web page retrieval much faster. And another benefit of this is that it saves bandwidth, because a proxy server reduces the need to go out on the internet to retrieve data, because it already has that data stored in its database. And another benefit of a proxy is activity logging. Now, a lot of companies will use a proxy to keep track of what websites their employees are looking at. So when a company's employees are surfing the internet, the proxy will keep a record of what websites they're visiting and how long they were on those websites. And in addition, a company can also configure the proxy to block certain websites to keep their employees from visiting them. Now, there's one notable thing that a proxy server can't do, and that is encrypt data as you surf the internet. And when data is not encrypted, the data can be intercepted by hackers, ISPs, or governments with the proper equipment. So this is where a VPN comes in. A VPN, or virtual private network, not only hides your IP address, but it also encrypts the data that's being transferred between your computer and the internet. So any activity that you do on the internet, such as viewing web pages or transferring files, the data is encrypted and kept private when using a VPN, and no logging is involved. A VPN provides a dedicated secure tunnel between 2 points over the internet. If you're interested in getting a VPN, I personally use NordVPN. And if you go to NordVPN
I think I didn't on my mic. So yeah, so these proxy servers were placed in the network security network layer, where it will protect our IP addresses from the public networks, where anyone can access, that is public. So when someone is accessing, everyone is accessing the public. If someone is accessing our IP address, someone is attacking on our IP address from the public, so our total private network will be destroyed by the cyber attacks. So to keep it secure, we use something called proxy servers. So proxy servers will not allow our IP address to send from the private network to the public network. So that is how the proxy servers protect our private networks. So there is something called firewalls. If anyone know about firewalls, please let me know what is firewall. I want who all know about the firewall. So I need some responses from you. What is firewall? Yes, what is firewall? Anyone know? Why only one or two people are responding? Please respond for the questions. Don't Google anything. If you know, you can tell. If not, I'll explain it. Don't waste your time in Googling and telling the answer. No use of that. So if you know, you tell the answer. If you don't know, tell no, so that I can explain it. Yes, true. Security network to protecting our data from unauthorized access. Okay. True. I'll explain it. This thing. What is firewall means? Let's say we have private network, but with the only private network we can't work on any other data. So we'll definitely have a public. Yes. So how these firewalls will protect our data is, it will be like a wall between the public network and the private network. So when it is being like a wall between the public network and private network, when someone from the public is trying to access the data from private network, that is called internal network, this firewall will act as a wall which allows only authorized data, authorized access from the users. Whenever the public person is trying to access data from one company, one organization, these firewalls will stop if he or she is not authorized for the company. So that is a network protection which keeps between the private and public to allow only the authorize the users to the access the internal network. So that is the firewall. So in this firewall we have two types of firewalls. One is firewall we keep at the host level, and one is the firewall we keep at the network level. So when we are keeping the firewall at network level, if the firewall is broken, if someone is trying to access the internal network, they can access whole network, whole internal network. There is reason why we keep the host layer firewall. When there is a leakage of one firewall from the network, we have one more layer from the host which protects the individual users from the internal network. When the users are using internal network, we have multiple users. If someone is trying to access the public net available data, if we want to access the public available data, we need to open our firewalls. When we have two layers of firewalls, when the user is using from the one particular system, the system will have host layer firewall. The host layer firewall will open a particular person, and then when it comes to the network layer firewall will also open. When the firewall of network layer is open, so there is a chance anyone can access the network. Still, if they access the network also, everyone have their own firewall at their host level. So they can't access the data from host. They only can access the data from who the person is open the firewall. I'll show you with the video. For example, I'll show you with the detail of how the host layer and how the network layer firewalls are placed and how the access will be given. Just give me 1 minute. I'll open the video and I'll show you.
Should I choose DevOps as a career route or
packaged with a host base?
Okay, so I'll show you how the firewall works. I hope your screen is visible. So
What is
this
a
video, you'll
firewall?
get a
Now,
detail
a
of,
firewall
how
is a
firewall
system
works.
that is designed to prevent unauthorized access from entering a private network by filtering the information that comes in from the internet. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic and permits wanted traffic. So a firewall's purpose is to create a safety barrier between a private network and the public internet. Because out on the internet, there's always going to be hackers and malicious traffic that may try to penetrate into a private network to cause harm. And a firewall is the main component on the network to prevent this. And a firewall is especially important to a large organization that has a lot of computers and servers in them, because you don't want all those devices accessible to everyone on the internet where a hacker can come in and totally disrupt that organization. So that's why you need a firewall to protect them. So a firewall that's used in computer networks is very similar to how a firewall works in a building structure. In fact, that is where the word firewall came from. A firewall in a building structure provides a barrier so that in the event of an actual fire on either side of the building, the firewall is there to keep the fire contained and to keep it from spreading over to the other side. So the firewall is there to keep the fire from destroying the entire building. But if the firewall wasn't here, the fire would spread over to the other side and then the whole building would be destroyed. And a network firewall works in a similar way as a structure firewall. It stops harmful activity before it can spread into the other side of the firewall and cause harm to a private network. So in today's high-tech world, a firewall is essential to every home and especially in a business or an organization to keep their network safe. Now, a firewall works by filtering the incoming network data and determines by its rules if it's allowed to enter a network. And these rules are also known as an access control list. These rules are customizable and are determined by the network administrator. The administrator decides not only what can enter a network, but also what can leave a network. So these rules either allows or denies permission. So as an example here, we have some rules in a firewall's access control list, and it shows a list of IP addresses that have been allowed or denied by this firewall. And as you can see, traffic from some IP addresses are allowed to enter this network, but traffic from one IP address has been denied. So if traffic from this IP address try to get into this network, the firewall will deny it because of the rules that are set in the firewall. But the other IP addresses are granted access because the rules allow them. Now, firewalls don't just make rules based on IP addresses, but they can also make rules based on domain names, protocols, programs, ports, and keywords. So let's say in this example, the firewall rules are controlling access by port numbers. And let's say that the rules have allowed incoming data that's using port number 80, 25, and 110, and the data using those ports have been given access to this network. So any incoming data that's using those ports can pass through the firewall. But also in this firewall, the rules have denied any data that's using port numbers 23 and 3389. So any incoming data that's using those port numbers, the firewall will deny access and it won't get past the firewall. So in a nutshell, this is how firewalls basically work. Now, firewalls do come in different types, and one type is called a host-based firewall, and this is a software firewall. This is the kind of firewall that is installed on a computer, and it protects that computer only and nothing else. So for example, later versions of Microsoft operating systems come pre-packaged with a host-based firewall, and you can see that example here. And there are also third-party host-based firewalls that can be purchased and installed on a computer. So for example, Zone Alarm, which is a popular third-party host-based firewall. And also a lot of antivirus programs will have a built-in host-based firewall. And another type of firewall is called a network-based firewall. A network-based firewall is a combination of hardware and software, and it operates at the network layer, and it is placed between a private network and the public internet. But unlike a host-based firewall, where it only protects that computer, a network-based firewall protects the entire network. And it does this through management rules that are applied to the entire network, so that any harmful activity can be stopped before it reaches the computers. Now, network-based firewalls can be a stand-alone product, which is mainly used by large organizations. And they can also be as a built-in component of a router, which is what a lot of smaller organizations rely on. Or they can also be deployed in a service provider's cloud infrastructure. Now, a lot of organizations will use both network-based and host-based firewalls. They will use a network-based firewall to protect the entire network as a whole. And they will also use host-based firewalls for their individual protection for their computers and servers. And by doing this, it'll ensure maximum protection. Because if harmful data just so happens to get past the network firewall, the host-based firewalls on each computer will be there to stop it. So thank you everyone for watching this video on firewalls. Please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you.
Now you're exactly clear about what exactly the firewall and host-based firewall and the network-based firewall. So yeah, this is what the firewalls we use to protect our data. That is firewalls which helps our data to protect. Okay. So what if the host-based and the network-based firewall cracks, so they can access the data? So to avoid that, what we are doing, we are using cloud. So in that cloud, which helps us, like our data is not stored in one place, our data is stored in multiple places in the cloud providers, right? So whenever the hackers try to attack on us, whenever the hackers try to break our firewalls to access our network, the data center, if the firewall breaks and the hacker enter into the network center, they will block that network center. They will not allow anyone to access the data from there. Anyway, our data is back up somewhere else. So there is a good way where we can access our data as usually, and also we can have a protection from the hackers. When it comes to normal networks, where we are storing our data in our own physical devices, if once the firewalls broke from the network and the host level, our data is publicly available. When it comes to cloud, that is not the case. If someone is trying to access our data from one data center, at that time they will close the data center, they will not give access to anyone else, they will block the everything, and then we'll get access from other data center. But our data is safe. We can also use our data, and also we have a protection from the hackers. That is why most of the people, most of the organizations nowadays, when the cloud storage are introduced, most of the people are moving their organization, moving their personal data into the clouds, where they're keeping the data in the cloud providers, where they are safeguarding our data in multiple ways, in the multiple layers. I hope you are clear till now. Please let me know if you have any doubts. And now it's time for Q&A. So I need questions from you. Please ask questions. Get your doubts clarification here itself. So it will be very easy for you to refer when you go for home. And also I hope you are done with the second assessment which is given yesterday. Please follow the assignment so that you'll also get to know practically how and what the things are going on, how the things are helping. Yeah, so please, now it's time for Q&A. Please ask your questions, clarify your doubts. Please, if you have any questions, try to ask, clarify your doubts. Yes, please. Questions? No doubts? At least reply in the chat, right? No doubts or no questions, something. If this is what happening, it looks like I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself and I'm answering to myself. So please answer if you have any questions. If no one have no doubts, yeah, I got a question. Can firewall be used for mobile security or only for the computer security? So the firewalls don't have any restriction that only mobile should use, system should use. The firewalls will be given to the networks, not for the individual. So when the network is connected to mobile or a system, the firewall works same. So it can work for computers, it can also work for mobiles. There is no such thing that firewalls are given to computers or firewalls are given to mobiles. So everything has security. To secure your information, we use firewalls. I hope you're clear. Your doubt is clear. Any other doubts? Ask the doubts. That good question I got. One good question. I hope I cleared your doubt. If any other doubts, please ask. No doubts? Can we wind up the session? I need please response from you. If you have doubts, we'll continue. If you don't have any doubts, we'll wind up the session. Waste of time here. Okay, I'll wait for more 3 minutes. If you don't have any questions, we'll wind up. If you don't have any questions, can we wind up? Okay, so I think no one has questions, so I'm going to wind up the session. Okay, thank you all. Thank you for being here. So we'll meet tomorrow with a new topic, new concepts. Bye bye.